Right, I think that is working. Hello. Let's just move that a tiny bit this way. Cool. How are we all doing today? Jake and Wumbo, the only ones here at the moment. It's good because you're the ones that get to witness the awfulness that is me not being able to hula hoop. Just a little bit because I know it's going to get really hot. So I don't know why I do this. I always come to unmute on stream before I pop my shorts on. Always what I do for some reason. I don't know why. There we go. Right. So, I didn't tilt the screen back. There. Just to get this one. There we go. Now I can see everything while I'm stood up. Awesome. Where are we again? There we go. So, catch up on last time. I've kind of started to figure this out slowly, but I don't know if it's going to be easy or hard or actually possible for me to complete. I think the main thing that I do, just by comparing what I think I'm doing to videos that I've seen on the internet, is that people tend to move like with more fluency and in a much sort of larger and slower sort of scale as well. I am more rigid and inconsistent with the way that I move for this. This is the one that's going to be awful though. But I feel like at the same time this could potentially be easier. But I'm not too sure. But that's done, that's nice, that's done, and this, and that, and this as much as I can go to the right on both of them. And this is done, as is that, and that. So this is literally the only game that's setting us back regarding collecting the 4 stars before going back to Mario Kart Wii. Other than one other thing, and I wanted to try and cover this and beat my old high... Is it my old high school? I think so. I wanted to try and do that, so I might revisit this if I want to stay around with this game for a little bit longer, but so far it's going pretty well. So let's jump into it, shall we? Before anything else goes wrong. When I say anything else goes wrong, acting as if something is going to go wrong, or something has already gone wrong. The only thing that is wrong with this is that I can't do it very well. I think that's alright. It's not giving me any more hoops. So think I'm going a bit too quickly and a bit too small again. I'm not actually too sure how this works, this game. Cool, right. It's really interesting the difference between 2 and 3 stars. So, what was my top again? 250, okay, so I have it written down as the 4-star being 300, but it could be 280, or it could be 350. I hope it's just not more than 350, because that's going to be a nightmare. So I think I need to rotate more. Try and do this. More fluently. I think I'm sticking out forward more than I am back. But I can't quite tell. No, I'm not. This one's not very good either. They need to throw more of the hoops. So that's not the way to move. I sped up a little bit. There we go. I don't think she's going to be as good. Gonna break 220 maybe. Yeah. Okay. I think I got the right concept. Oh god. I was too busy concentrating on the way that I was moving to do that in time. That's the one thing that I can't do, is look at the TV while I'm doing this. I have to try and look at what I'm doing. I've lost it. What the hell was that? That's a nice colour hoop, actually. I really like that one. Okay, I kind of threw the timing off a little bit there with that one toward the end. No, I've thrown the time in again. For another hoop, why? Okay, 230 seems to be my threshold for now, which is quite nice. So, quite happy about that. I'm not going to this. Okay. I need to slow it down just a tad, just so it's a little bit easier to try and stay consistent. You already did it! Nah, he's not done it again. That was a really weird way for the hoop to come in. Oh, okay, we're starting to dwindle a little bit here. Let's give it a minute. I've realised I did not put the captions on the screen, so I'm just going to try opening that up real quick. Hello, is this working? I'm testing it out. Yes, and it actually got everything I just said there perfectly. And the wrong there. It said they are, not there. I've never actually seen if this works correctly from stream itself. Like, no one's ever said whether or not this is working. Try and log on a browser that I am not logged into already. There we go. Can't see anything. Crap. Why does it always want me to do this? Go through. How did this already get red? Assume Nil must be logged in or something on his phone. Right? Does this change anything now? So why is this white? It's definitely working, right? I can't see because I don't have it up. No. Interesting. Pulling that aside. I can't see anything here. So although I have it up, it's not running. That's irritating. Okay. Well, it's running on the browser now, so if someone is lucky enough to have it, to look at it and see, and that's great. But I can't see it. He went into that before I actually leant over. I'm going slightly too fast. So it's a bit uncomfortable actually. Come on, throw another one. Another one, please. Please. Okay. I think it was my fault because I started off a bit too slow. But I'm getting better, which is nice. Ooh, that's a bit behind. Ixie, redeeming the bread combo. Hello, Ixie. How are you doing? Haven't seen you for a while. I think I was, I don't know if I was working on this game last time I saw you or on Mario Party, if you remember. Want to get good at Wario's Gold Mine? Go join Ixie.com. Is that actually a website? I want to click on that now. It didn't even show up on my other computer. There is no link here. Like, it showed up on the laptop, but it didn't show up on my iMac. Well, the domain exists. It can be yours for $150,000. Am I reading that correctly? Yeah, $150,000 or 109 pounds, 109,421 quid. I'm shocked that you can buy the domain for that much money. What was it before? Is what I want to know. Why does it cost so much? I looked up liam.org or .com or whatever, and that was only $1,000. Ixie.com, just 100,000. How are you doing, anyways, Ixie? Haven't seen you for a little while. How's Gold Mine actually going? Have you got any more attempts? Been keeping up with Vincent at all? Any more so? I'm trying to do this. When I've got the 4 stars on this game, we should be back in Mario Kart Wii. Oh, it's thrown already. This is good. Give me all my good luck charm, Ixie. I need to really throw some more hoops though. Come on. Is it good enough? It's gonna be cutting it quite fine, I think. That's the best one today. Cutting it quite fine in comparison to PB. I think that's second actually. Third. Okay, that's good enough. Really good. Good attempts. Good to hear. That's what we like to hear. This is irritating. I'll show you what I'm trying to do, Ixie, because I'm not too sure if I've shown you already or not. But basically, you've got these little ratings here of the stars, and if you get a certain amount of points or achieve like just a certain thing within each game, it will reward you a higher rank each time. So for this, I have it written down as 300, and I'm getting to 250, so I'm getting quite close, but it's really tricky, because a way that I move, I don't move efficiently enough for this game, and I've got this to do, and then this, and if I'm lucky enough to unlock something else, it would give me something else there. But I've been working on it for every other thing, so I've got 4 stars on literally all of these. This is what I'm trying to achieve with that. And when I'm done with these at the very beginning, the hula hooping, the hardest ones, with any luck, I'll be moving on to Mario Kart Wii again, but this is proven tricky. I don't like it. There's no way to pause buffer it like I could do with the dancing, so I'm kind of screwed to just trying to learn how to move myself. You're playing in an hour, nice. Was that like your self-dedicated time for gold mine, or is that when you're like the closest available time for you to play? This isn't gonna be as good. Is it? No, I need to be like chopping down. I think that is my PB on this. I need to be really chopping down the spins in order to get that. That is my PB, there you go. I'm hoping it's not any more than 300, but it's proven quite tricky at the moment. I think I just got to play it by ear and see how most of these spins go. Really hurting my hips though. Like the joint right at the top where the leg is. The leg starts. Really hard to do this game. Really needs to give me another hoop. Nope, it's decided not to do that. Break 230 though. No, never mind. Okay, I need a little bit more of a break. Oh, that's hard to do. This is over here for some reason. gonna sit down and watch the video again of someone hula hooping. One. There, like that. Ah, okay. I didn't get any paces for a little while. I knew from the start I'm going to grind really hard for 150, but I didn't expect it to be that hard. Yeah, I get what you mean. It's the same with when I started work on an MC3 for the UK top. Like grinding through the 119s to the 119 sub was a really enjoyable grind. Like it was tough, but I liked it. It was tough for me at the time, but I liked it. But then taking the track further has been a completely different story. And I assume it's kind of the same for Goldmine because for the most part, it's mainly a driving track as well, isn't it? Like the only thing you have are the turn skip, the afterwards, the wall bounce, and the trick at the end, which are quite technical and could be quite variable, I assume. But everything else is just quite driving orientated, isn't it? Nice. Let's see. This is the only video that exists that I can find of this girl doing it. She gets the first hoop at 9 spins. The second at 30. Well, the first hoop thrown to her anyways. First purple one, what was that, 50? 40. Next one at 80. So she got all of them 80 spins in. Breaks 300 spins only 20 seconds from the end. slows down a little bit. And breaks 400. 5 seconds from the end. 441. What she was able to get. What's this? Self-advertising. Let's not have that. Delete that. Go this way. Oh, what the hell is going on? I'll just do it this way. There we go. I can just that. Cool. Anyways, hello, Vanna. I have just confused myself. There we go. Anyway, sorry about that. I will come back. Anyway. Hello, Vanna. Sorry about that. I don't know how long you've been there for. Hopefully it wasn't too long. What else has Ixie said here? Yes, exactly. Oh, okay, that's all you said. Cool. Anyway. That was just a few minutes. Fair enough. That's good. Ah, fuck. This is the way. Got the first hoop now. That's what I've managed to do. I have to write it down. Observe the video and write it down. This is when she got the second hoop as well. So now this is where I start to deteriorate. Because this is only the fourth. And she already has all of the hoops by 80. So I'm not too sure what's holding me up from getting any more. There has to be a way that I'm moving. So now I've got them all like 100 points behind. Let's see, can it break? It can. PV'd. There we go. Streamed Mario Kart 7 for the first time yesterday. I plan to do it again in an hour and a half. Sweet! I might actually, if you're still alive when I'm about to go for dinner, I might give you a cheeky raid or something. Because you've been quite supportive to me, so it's the least I could probably do. Don't know if any of the Mario Kart 7 folk other than you have stuck around though. And hello Soup Plate, Fat Piggy Silver, yes it is. You just missed the PB. Also, I don't know if you were here for the last thing that happened, but we did the thing. This crap is over. Ah! This crap is over. This crap is over. It's all over except for this, and I hate it. Yeah, 259 on here. It's like the opposite of MC3. It's quite interesting because I did the dancing, and I figured out what I was doing wrong. I just was moving. I was timing it correctly, but the way that I was moving my feet meant that the balance board wasn't inputting it entirely right. So I started kind of... It's it's quite hard to describe. Neptune's here. Yeah, Neptune witnessed the whole thing. Neptune was there getting annoyed at me whenever I tried to pause buffer the game and everything. Unfortunately, I did pause buffer the beginner one. So if you look back in the past broadcast for that, you do see me pause buffering the very beginning, but then I just play it almost flawlessly for a little while. Then the extra mode I did first try after that one. Not like exactly first try entirely, but first try after beginner. And this is where I figured out the way that you're supposed to move your feet, because usually with this sort of thing, you kind of, you know, you want to sort of stomp your feet. But I figured out that that's probably quite inaccurate with the timing inputs, because it might read that input slightly later or slightly earlier. So if I place my foot more as if I'm kind of walking, so like, you know, heel first and toes last, you know, that sort of thing, and then lift it up, heel first, toes last. You know what I'm saying? I basically had to move like that in a really weird way, and it worked. And I figured it out. So, and then I moved on to this straight afterwards, and I was talking to Neptune about how the limit was 600. And then I played the game, and I still had one ball before the end. And that gave me a bonus. So, just trying to hit the tiles with the ball and getting to 500 points is not enough. You need to outlast the timer on the advanced, so you get a ball bonus. But it's good. I had enough balls. It's fine. Anyways, what's happening here? That shit was horrible. Yeah. Oh, it was a nightmare. Stream Mario Kart Wii for the first time today. Never plan on streaming it again. Thanks, Triple H10234. That is a fantastic name, by the way. You know, if someone ever has or had that name, they should keep it because it's a good name. Yeah, welcome to the stream, Triple H10234. I haven't seen you in ever. Oh, and Broodlie, my favourite moderator. I bet you and Triple H10234 would get along like cheese. Wait, no, cheese? Like, in your case, a slice of cheese and a bin. There we go. That's how well you would get on. Oh, how are you doing? Also, do you know how to... Is there a way that you can delete, like, one singular message Or do you, I know there is a way. Do you know how to delete one singular message from chat without, like, properly timing out someone? Or is that, like, you have to do, like, a really small timeout? Because someone came in and just randomly posted a link, and I didn't know how to just randomly delete the message, so I just timed it out, but you know, Triple H 1023 sounds like someone familiar, does it? Well, you would know better than me, Soup. I guess you're smart. Wait, which one did I just go on? Is this the one or the one? I didn't even mean to say the differently. The these, the those. That's quite amusing. Me and Ixie were talking about web page domains earlier, and the domain ixie.com can be bought for $150. No, not $150. $150,000 fucking dollars. So I can get these two hoops at the same time that the girl does in the video. And then she gets the next one around here, and I'm like, what the fuck? Where's mine? Here it is. She gets the final one here at 80 spins. I'm like, what the fuck? Where's my one? Do you know what I need to do? I just need to find someone to do it for me. There you go. There's not the last one. Stop creaking. It's sounding suspicious. You'll do it for me. What can you get to 3 stars on this, Bradley? Is that what you managed to get on yours? Oh, PB 262. Yay! Of course. Sweet. Okay. So you've got your driving license now, right? I expect you down here in about 40 minutes or something. How long does it take to drive down? I've never checked. I only know about the train. It's like a 2-hour train trip. Do the /timeout username. Okay, so I did do that correctly. What does Handy 863 cost? Shall we take a look? I know the website shouldn't exist. This site cannot be reached. Therefore, the domain doesn't actually exist. What about .co.uk? Ah! Let me just fall off the board. What about .org? No? Okay. I mean, that means I can start that one up if I wanted to. I would look up Handy, just Handy on its own, but I feel like I would regret that almost immediately. Soupblade.com. It exists! $2,000. Anyone wants Soupblade.com? Soupblade, did you set this website up? It says, Soup Ladle, a wholesome name that evokes warmth and coziness. Possible uses: a soup kitchen, a restaurant, a catering company, a cookbook. Cookbook. Beautiful. I realise what that is now. The domain in which this is on, brandbucket.com, have suggested uses for soupladle.com. And Soup Ladle is like, no. Neppy.com does not exist. I would think Neptune would though, right? Surely. Neptune exists. A fresh perspective. Neptune has his own website, and it looks like it's a furniture store. And I can't see anything because the whole thing's blurred out. It's like I'm not wearing my glasses, except it's like a... Is that what your website is, Neptune? It's a fucking simulation. It's like... This is what it would be to look at a website if you're visually impaired. Thanks, Neptune. You have your driving test in 12 days. Well, good fucking luck. I hope you can finally pass. And then be able to drive around like a lunatic. I feel like you'd be a more, what's the word? A more trustworthy driver than Jacob. More, what's the word? Trustworthy makes sense, but it's not the word. I know there's a specific word for it. Right, I'm gonna have a stab at the 3-minute one. Right. Hold on. I'm on the wrong website. On the wrong internet thing. Bear with me just a sec. Okay, sorry about that. We got the stream back. Also, could anybody check to see if the caption thing is working? I don't know if anyone's been to Leanne's stream recently, but she got a new caption thing on there, and I decided to get that and try it out on stream myself, which I have it running. It's picking up all my most of my words just fine, but I haven't been able to see it actually active on the stream working. So if anyone can see it for themselves or has got like a pop-up or anything for it, then do let me know if it's working or not working. Thought it would be a fun little thing because, you know, if most people aren't here with audio, then they could stop by and potentially read what I'm saying. And it may also, I thought, specifically, it'd be something for everybody to meme off of if the words get messed up. So I'd be shouting at the top of my head about MC3, and people could just, you know, meme off of what the captions were saying. Does that make any sense? I don't know. I should not talk when I'm doing this. Oh, I got that one there. What the hell? Did that phase through my head? Because it felt like it did. This is going really well. If this was the other one, this should be fantastic. Yeah, so that would be 4 stars on the other one. But this also includes us going the other direction. And I'm pretty sure it gave me more time to begin with. Right, I've not gone left before. This one's gonna be fun. Oh shit, it feels so weird. Why? Why? No! It just feels so strange. Okay, it kind of works. I'm leaning. What the hell is wrong with this? Okay. I can't do it anti-clockwise. It's such a shit stain. There we go. Okay, now I've got into the rhythm a little bit more. I was kind of weirdly sort of limping almost in my turn. Actually, now I got into it more, it feels much more comfortable. What the fuck? Let's hope beginning carries though. Oh, this was awful. I need to break 200 if I wanted to get good at that. Look at the left spins! That was worse than I got last time! What the fuck? Okay, I'm not doing that. Not yet. Fuck! There's another version of this! For 6 minutes! What? 6 minutes? What on earth? It's painful enough to do the first one. It goes on more than that! Oh my god. What a ridiculous game. Bradley, come down here now. He hasn't said anything in chat, so hopefully he's starting to walk down. It's fine. What? Okay. It's fine. We'll figure it out from here. Hula. What the hell do you have to do for the 6 minutes then? This guy's circles are incredibly consistent. Well, I don't know if this is the max or not, but this guy got nearly 2,000 spins on 6 minutes. There is also a 10-minute version. That's what unlocks after that. And then everything else is extra. There's an extra version that comes after that. So it's extra 3 minutes, 6 minutes, 10 minutes. Fuck! What? Hopefully it'll be a bit more lenient to me on that one, because I can barely pull myself together on this. Let alone, I've not even tried this yet, but it looks like what I've seen on the video is that it has... Does it even change the picture? It doesn't even change the picture thing. This, you got arms. Yes. You've got arms. The Mii's arms, they have hoops basically spinning around. And you can see when I change, it changes from the requirements of just a balance board to a Wiimote Plus. I think what you got to do is similar to the goddamn balance, the climbing, where I need to have 2 Wiimote Pluses on each hand, and I'm spinning my arms around like a lunatic. I can barely use my arms for anything else when I play this game. So that's gonna be a pain. I don't know about everybody else's perspective of this though, but it's a nightmare so far. Hello Chavis, welcome to complaining about hula hooping. I was gonna say something. I've seen stuff that you've been saying to Jacob, like about your speedrun PBs, which is really good. So glad to hear that that's been working out for you, like you wanted to. This feels weird going this way now as well, and I'm going slightly too quickly, so let's just slow it down. Ooh, okay. Good. So, in comparison to the video that I'm using, I do this at the exact same time as the girl in the video, but then she gets all of the hoops at 80. And this isn't all of them, I'm one short. So I'm doing something wrong. And I don't know what it is. Whether it's a lack of spins per time, or is it just... I don't know. Also, it's not giving me any more, so I've fucked up the way that I've been playing this. One of these too late. Could it still PB? No, it can't, but that's fine. Speedrun PBs are the stuff. Also, yes, hi. Fair enough. Well, GG. This is what we got today. I set these two today. But I think I need to get to 300 for 3 stars. But this is a pain. Like, I don't know. People can't help me either because I don't have like a camera on so you can see how I'm moving and give a feedback based on, you know, what they see. But I think I'm slowly figuring it out. What I'm trying to do is base it off of the video. And just off of watching other people play this game, I'm just a lot more rigid and don't move as fluently. It's the main thing I can see. So I preferably need the next and final hoop now. Or sometime now, in order to try and break 300, but something is happening and the Miis won't send it. They send it now, okay. I think it's barely an improvement. This game is tricky. Oh, I hate it. I'm gonna make another highlight on my channel on that game. You can watch it if you want. Sure, you're still in my Discord server, aren't you, Chavis? Or Bradley's, or one or the other. If you just post it in the advertisements on one of those and tell me when you've done it, then I could check it out. Add it to the watch later, and sit down and chill out later to it. Of course, I'd only be able to provide the watching aspect. I don't know anything about the game. So I wouldn't be able to provide anything with regards to, you know, feedback or improvement. You're in both. Good, good, good. Cool. Stay lean! What does lean mean? Burn more calories? I would rather not. You also uploaded them on YouTube. That's, yeah, fair enough. That's weirdly what I meant, even though you said you highlighted them on your channel. I assume that's weirdly what I assumed you meant, actually. but good to know. So this hoop comes in at 8. The next one comes in soon. Swaying a little bit there. Let's try and okay. So I need the final one here. Or here. Soon. I need the final one basically there. And they're not giving it to me. Okay, we're slowly chipping away. That's like literally 4 spins more than we had last time, and it felt worse. So I think I have the right idea, but it might not be a good enough idea at the same time. If that makes any sense at all. Whew, I can't do this. This is good. Good enough. 91. Okay, we're nearly there. Unless for some reason the boundary is at 290, which it isn't. We're nearly there. Okay. If it's not at 300, then I can't do it. I'm gonna have to get someone else to do it for me. Because this is way too tricky for me to try and do. But I'm happy I'm kind of actually eating away at this, you know what I mean? Ugh. All right. Cool, let's go again. I actually got this earlier than the girl in the video. I must be doing something right with this attempt. Okay, we're getting closer. Ice cream? I can't tell if anyone can hear that or not. It's an ice cream van. Don't forget that just earlier this week, when I was cutting away at the golf mini game, it was snowing outside briefly. There's an ice cream van going around outside right now. One more and then I'll have another quick break. So whatever I'm doing here is slightly more consistent than what the girl was doing in the video, but I need to keep it up. So she gets the last one now, that's the thing I'm not getting. And then I get mine around here, which hasn't happened. Ah, you bastards, there we go. Okay. Let me take a quick break. Watch the video again. Oh. Where are you? One was thrown at 6. 2 was thrown at 25. 3 was thrown at 49. I couldn't tell if that was the correct one or not. Thrown at 84. So I'm getting half of these hoop throws. 1, 25, 49, 84. She's standing on her tiptoes. I can't tell. No, her feet are actually bigger than mine. What the fuck? Well, she's... The way that she's standing, it looks like her, her feet might be larger than mine are. I don't know, I can't see my own feet from this angle. Maybe not, actually. Maybe I'm just being a bit too, like... I almost fell off the balance board to hit the home button. Okay, this is good. I think we can do it. Let's see. Put the post-it note thing just here, next to me. Or next to that. Next to here. It's not really next to me. Here we go. So I get mine thrown at 7. I was 1 spin off there. Next one is 25. 26. This one's 49. 58. Next one's 84, and that's not happened. For 140. Put mine in this one. It's gonna not break a 260, is it? Oh no, it is. It's gonna break 280. There we go. So, there is something going on after the third hoop is thrown mainly. I think the first 2 are fine to just be like 1 or 2 off. But, third one is not. Also, I am suddenly craving fruit pastels and I have no idea why. It might be because I actually start this slightly late. So, mine gets thrown on 7 again. $25. That was thrown at the right time. $58. We were 10 off that time. No, we were 9 off that time. Okay, this is good. Need to keep things a bit consistent here. Same. It's that tied PB. So it could also be because I might fall apart in the ending section, but I think once you've got all the hoops, it's just not losing any of them. If that makes any sense. Thank you for the blue, Neptune. Funny how I said that. It's further away. You even come down our road. I don't know, can't hear that from there, surely. Anyway. Well, now I've got it. Where my final hoop comes in at 120. So this coop gets thrown late to me. I didn't see when that one was thrown. It looked like it was like around the same time. This is where the next one needs to be thrown. Oh, they prepared for it. They prepared for it at the right time. The next one needs to be thrown like now. There we go. Okay. Speed said in chat here. Time to grind Wario's gold mine. Good luck, Ixie. I know for a fact that you can definitely sub 151. And you will definitely get it at some point. It could be today, it could be in a couple of weeks from now, but one thing's for certain in my head is that I know you can do it, my friend. You have certainly got what it takes. Make that top 10 all 150s. I can't wait to record the comparison when you've finally done it either. Great. And yeah, Neppy is fine. I actually started referring to Neptune as Neppy the other day. I think. Didn't I? I feel like I did. I know Wumbo's me on here is called Wummy, I'm pretty sure. Which is like... I think that's what Neptune started calling him, isn't it? I'm just double checking now. It is! There you go. With that weird lowercase u as well. That looks interesting. Shush! Don't tell Wumbo I did this. Or better yet, don't tell him I did this and then suddenly got a high score, okay? Because if I get the 4 stars with Wumbo, I'm freaking banning him. Oh, that's weird. There's 2 me's of me. No, you're not, Neptune. Otherwise, you're banned as well. Wait, what? Ixie, why are you getting involved in this? Ah, 279. Good job, Wumbo. That puts you in 5th. Now go back home. Wumbo chatting in the stream at the same time. See how well you can do it, Neptune. Who's better, Wumbo or Neptune? That's the thing. We're going to turn friends against each other. Or is it not going to be that successful? Your me kind of reminds me of like a female Luke almost. Like it's got the same sort of style where it's just eyes and a pair of glasses, you know? Like Luke's me. But it's a female me. That I want female Luke to become a random meme from here. Also, nobody answered me about the caption, so I assume that's not working. Hey Chris Jaw, where's the face cam at? I don't know about your face cam, but mine is on the windowsill. It was looking. It started snowing the other day, and I just said, "Oh, let's set up the webcam and look out the window." And I'll actually admit, I did briefly select the wrong camera, and my face may or may not have showed up on screen. But I'm going to say it didn't. Neptune beats Wumbo by like 1 point, right? No, by like 10 points actually. There was a 1 in there somewhere. The high scores are kept as well, look. Your me's are all collected at the top here. So Chris, I did a thing, and it's not going to show up because I'm using Neptune's me. But I promise I beat the dancing game on here. I got 4 stars on it. It doesn't show it like that at the moment, but I will show you proof later that I have done these and finished that one as well. So all of these are 4-star done completed. I figured out what I was doing. I was stepping like... I always struggle to describe this. It was kind of like too aggressive, so I was putting my foot sort of straight down, kind of a bit stompy. And although to me it was timed correctly, as far as the balance board was concerned, because I was moving my feet too quickly and too aggressively, they were like, sometimes it was slightly early or sometimes it was slightly late. What I needed to do more of is actually move, like you know how when you're walking, or the more ideal way to run, you sort of need to put your foot down, heel first, toes last, and then when you lift up your foot, you lift it up, heel first, toe last. That's essentially what I needed to do. That's all I needed to change. I just needed to put my foot, sort of move around, heel first, toes last, on and off the board, kind of more in that manner, and I got the 4 stars because of it. Anyway, streaming is... Oh, someone's shouting at their dog outside. I don't know if you could hear that. Let's see how well Chris Jaw can do it because he's here. So you can hula hoop, right, Chris? Oh, I need to step off here. You can hula hoop. Awesome. I will pay for you to come over to the UK so you can finish this game for me, right? Because I'm terrible at it. I move so rigid. Well, so you get like 2 versions of me throwing the hoops at you. Gotta remember the one on the right. It's the me that I used to use. What are you doing? Why did it go that way? It just went to the... That wasn't... What? That wasn't the way it was spinning. This way. There you go. I promise that wasn't the way I tried to spin. Oh god, okay. Can't believe you unless you video yourself doing that. What, not being able to hula hoop? Oh god, I don't even know how I feel about that. They're not giving me the next hoop. Oh, there's the next hoop. Which one is it? This one. Okay. So I wasn't very consistent doing this. 2, 3, 5. Unranked! Oh! I pushed what my PB was off of the list earlier. Look at my amazing hula hooping skills. There we go, look. I can just move you up myself, Chris. See, there you go. You're unranked, let's give you a rank. Beat Wummy, and you're 4th now. There you go, good job. Because that's clearly how the game works. I'm just too good to be ranked. Rank 0th, like above 1. Let me just not fall off the board. Anyways, here we go. Here's the proof. Ta-da! I did it. See, it's done. It's finished. I danced. It was awful. And that's done too. Still need to do this though. Thanks. Oh, okay. Take a quick break. Anything else being said here? What did Wombo actually come in here and say? Hey, that's a me! Cute. Right. Use Peter now! Oh, God. I could actually do that, though. That's the thing. Because he's on here. Look at how ridiculous he looked. Oh. I PB'd my 36 lap 1 by 0.001. Nice. That's cool. Good start. Very good start. I would adore for that to be something. Dancing is great, makes you feel young at heart, and it gives you exercise. Well, glad you think so. I can't dance. But I can also understand your point, weirdly enough. Like, I think I'd do a little sort of jive, I guess. Not jive. What on earth is a jive, anyways? I'd do a thing, kind of dance. We'll just sort of move around a little bit in time with music if I hear a me. Hear a me? Hear a song I like? It's because I read your comment at the same time, Chris. Yeah, if I hear music that I like, I'd kind of like... You know what I mean, you sort of groove around to the music, but I could be just sat there Or even like laying in bed and I'll just be sort of wiggling around like a lunatic. That sounds like I'll be doing it really aggressively. Oh god. You get the point though, right? I feel like I made a point of some sort. That me is something else. It's Peter Nestler. The guy who has the, what is it? Skipping rope world record. You understand my point. Okay, good. Anyways, let's describe the story of Peter, shall we? So, oh, never mind Chris's BRBing. Okay, I'll explain it later to Chris when he's back. But in the meantime, some guy called Peter managed to jump a skipping rope over 12,000 times an hour. Really? It's a world record. We looked it up. Well, we think he'd like Spotify Premium. Instead of just 6 skips an hour, Spotify Premium gives you unlimited skips, so you can jump between tracks as much as you like. Learn more about Premium when you tap the banner. Go on. Do it for Peter. Also, if Peter can't hula hoop, I don't know what the world has come to. Come on, beat Neptune. Beat Neptune, Peter. Beat him. There we go. Pete is in Africa at the moment. I follow him on Instagram. He takes fucking gorgeous pictures. I'm not being neat enough. It's obviously telling me that. Peter beat Chris and my old PB, so he's ranked 263. Look at everybody here. High scores. Everybody here together on the tree. Peter sucks. Just for that, I'll give him another try. Oh shit, this could actually PB. You live to see another day, Neptune. But Pete is right there with me on this side now. You and Wommy are together. Together as two. I don't know. I actually just realised how strong your run actually was in comparison to my PB. I did not notice this. I actually got it that close before. It's like 2-point different. I nearly PB'd with you, and I only noticed that right now. Oh my god. There you go. Happy with that? Print screen it. Send it to Soup Blade. I will send Soup Blade to the Soup Ladle kitchen. Right, I should stop messing around like that now, because knowing me, I will PB with the next, like, me that I jokingly use. Say goodbye to everybody, because you won't be there the next day. Shush! Right. Bye, me. You'll get the privilege of seeing, like, your me at the end of the leaderboards every time we go in here, though. What is really good though is I was actually able to get some pretty decent attempts just with all those me's alone, except for maybe Chris's, sadly. But yeah, that me is a Mario Kart Wii one that Soup Blade sent me, so I could technically use that myself. Maybe when I get to what's it called? Luigi Circuit. Yeah, this ain't good. Cool. Nice. Okay. I need to give it a little bit of a break. I need to go and make myself more of a drink. So, bear with me a sec. Neptune, you're in charge unless Chris Jaw comes back. Then he's in charge and you need to tell him otherwise, okay? Don't argue with me on this. Okay? That's how it has to be. Anyway, I'm gonna go get myself another drink and probably go to the toilet. Set it in that order so that nobody thought it would go the other way around. If you know what I mean. But I'll be back in a bit. So yeah. Okay. Let's try jumping straight into it again then, shall we? Come back on you. Alright, actually what I'm gonna do is, for some reason, I went downstairs. Before I went downstairs, I took my shorts off, so I have to do that again. Not that I like went down there with nothing on, I put trousers on over the top, but you know. Right, you know, right, okay. Anyway, let's give one of the other ones a little bit of a go for a bit, shall we? Tried this earlier. First session went really well, but I couldn't rotate to the left. Okay. You see, we're getting all of these hoop placements at the same time as that girl was in the video. Yeah, okay. That's actually exactly what happens, I think. No, never mind. Then what must be happening is I must be swaying back and forth as well. Okay, that was better than last time. Let's just see if we can break the boundary. I broke 300 on this one. That has to be really good then, right? It's still not enough. To get the 4 stars on this. That's remarkable. Because I would have thought it would have been okay. I must have to get like an even amount, I guess. Like I must have to break 800, which is, I think, possible, but also not possible at the same time. Anyways, back to this one. Good. These first two hoops were on time. This one was 20 late. This one was also pretty late. Early enough for me. Just be able to make this work. No. I think I dropped it a little bit at the end, so I guess endgame does kind of matter then. Throwing it one spin late. Two spins late. Spins late. And I don't even know about this one. It's kind of getting close, but it's kind of not at the same time, you know what I mean? Here we go again. So literally because I'm leaning in maybe too early. I should do that instead. Maybe. Is that literally all it is? I think it's not all it is. It's probably because I'm really shit as well. Okay, I hope it's 300. I really hope it's 300. Good luck. Thank you, Ixie. You're my good luck charm. I think I figured it out. I think it's probably because I'm slowing down a little bit. So when I do that, I lean in a bit too early. So I need to spin, still spin, then lean in later. You know what I mean? Does that make any sense to anybody? Testing this theory now. Still spinning. Okay, that was obviously too late there. That's what I changed to do to collect the hoops, is lean in earlier, lean in later, sorry. It's not sending me this hoop. Oh, my arm. Okay. I think I've got one of every 280 now. Maybe. Let's take a look, shall we? Uh, 281, 280, 281, 282, 284, 286, 288, 289. Not quite. Okay. Oh, Wumbo's gone. Wumbo! I pushed him off the leaderboard, so his me's not here anymore. Oh, poor Wumbo. Shall I go get him back? Nah. Nah, mate. Can't do that. Can't be doing that, mate. Neppy side. Oh. Do you want me to go get him back then? Because the thing that's going to happen, you know what's going to happen here, Neptune, is I'm going to go and get him back, and I'm going to get the 4 stars with him instead, aren't I? I'm going to PB to some extent. God, my arm hurts. Out of all the things you would think would hurt, my right arm is what is aching the most at the moment. Like, what the hell have I been doing to my arm during this? It makes no sense. Also, what is this from a year ago, please? Oh! 1 year ago today was the day that I beat the Rainbow Road Expert Staff Ghost on Mario Kart Wii. And I know that because I did Rainbow Road, and then I posted a picture to Bradley with me in the aeroglider because the aeroglider rooms, or jet setter rooms, I think they were more commonly referred to, were going on at the time. So I posted a picture captioned, "Finally completed Rainbow Road. Now it's time for some fun." And I never joined. I never joined those rooms. I'm going to send it to Bradley anyways. I'll add a chat saying crying. I did not ask to see if Bradley had work today. I did not ask him at all. I've got an ad for mature dating. Thank you, Snapchat. You're at home. Good to know. Ah! Okay. Is that the one and only Lord Soup? Hello, Lord Soup. I haven't seen you turn up for a while. Imagine not joining. Couldn't be me. Did you actually... were you... what? Yeah. I don't even know if you were involved or not in those rooms. But it's actually quite remarkable because they carried on going. The Jet Setter CT Worldwide started. I finished Rainbow Road. I was still working on Rainbow Road before they started, so I finished like just at the start. And then sometime this time last year, I was grinding MC3 for a 118.4. The 0.5 sub, basically. Also, Lord Soup, because you are here, it's time for you to shine. How good are you at hula hooping? I assume it's great. Fantastic. You didn't join. Big regrets. Fair enough. I mean, I wanted to work on my time trials first before joining. So I obviously did Rainbow Road, and I was prioritizing that before doing anything else. But then people got a bit too carried away, being that they were like, people were bombarding other people's streams and trying to force them to play as Jet Setter. Just getting really mean about it, and that just kind of put me off. I didn't want to get involved if that was how some people were choosing to act for some reason. I know Invoxy was one of the people who suffered that fate, where Mr. Bean even had to step in on that stream and be like, right, if you guys are going to be this obnoxious, I'm just going to shut down the room. Ah, there we go. I remember the Jet Setter room. I joined that for a bit. Fair enough, Neptune. There you go. That was a year ago. So, yeah. I remember chatting in Bradley's streams while he was doing it, though. It hadn't been around for a while, so I remember those streams fondly. Fair enough. I mean, that's good. As long as you have good memories from them. I kind of just remember them happening, but I don't like have a perception, you know, like like a proper perception of them happening, or like I can think back to them fondly or not, if that makes any sense at all, because I didn't join or really embellish the streams too much either. Maybe this is the way you could pause buffer technically, is to pause buffer and input leaning to the side so you get the hoop. I wouldn't know, that's a bit too complicated for me. A little bit withery. Wibbly. $272. Lord Soup, you're unranked. Don't get on the leaderboard. That's ridiculous. Because my PB was a 252 at the beginning of this stream. I'll give you another go, so that Neptune can't call you bad. Fuck being ranked. It's actually Chris Jaw's reaction, technically. Earlier. Oh, it's decided to hate you. Should have given you a hoop by now. Okay, this is too long. Restart! It's not going to work otherwise. Yeah, there's two of me. Because I have two files on here. Or technically, there's yeah, two accounts. Should give it to you about now if you want to stand a chance. It's a little late. Also, how the fuck are you supposed to lean and swivel your hips at the same time? I don't get why it's even telling me that. It's even worse. Your laptop's still broke. Is that why you haven't been here for a little while? A little while is what I was going to say. You're restricted to slow typing in your phone right now. That's fair enough. I don't know if you can see it or not, Lord Soup. No one's actually answered me on whether or not it's working. But I've added a caption plugin to my streams. It's currently working in the background as like a separate Chrome tab. It's something that Leanne uses on her stream, so I decided to install it because, you know, just in case anybody's watching without audio, they might be able to grasp the concept as to what I'm saying. If they have the captions on, obviously. Or it would also just be a fun meme to, you know, see the bot mess up randomly every now and then. Whatever I say. Like whenever I pause and just go, but, it types the word butter, which I think is quite amusing. However, like I said, I don't know if it's working. No one has told me. The caption thing is working. Thank you, Neptune! I love you. Come here. Come and get a hug. I'm sweating, but you know, it's fine. That's the best type of hug, right? Been a bit busy over the past weeks, but yeah, my phone is... what? Deterrent. Fair enough. Well, there you go. Butter! One Lord Soup. I want to get you on this leaderboard. Well, I'll die trying. That's probably the worst thing to do. My Lord Soup, I want him on my leaderboards. Please get him up there so I can push him off later. For some reason. See, Neptune was like a fucking PV fail. Out of all things. I should try and find that clip where you randomly talk about butter. I thought you had it already. So you used it in the PB video. She's really irritating. I actually prefer the 412 to the 366. It's really annoying. It's going to get even less than last time, I think. 74, okay. Actually, no, that's the most I've got for you so far, isn't it? 6 spins too little. Oh dear. Oh dear, no. Oh my goodness, I'm falling off everything. Oh, right. I'll take a quick break and just look something up real quick because I'm weird like that. Okay, where are we going? Not working. Okay, this is weird. Still good for this. Ah, right. I've lost my train of thought all of a sudden. There we go. I should try and find that clip where you randomly talk about butter. Being shit is my speciality. Well, not anymore. I will make you less shit. Linktree. Interesting. I'm just going around all over the place. Here I am. Here you are. Hello. Goodbye. Right, okay. Shit, that's the wrong thing. I'm just trying to randomly sort something out all of a sudden. Not working. Okay, I got it. It's fine. I was just triple, quadruple checking that I had something. Right. Okay. Let's give you another fighting chance then, Lord Soup, shall we? Don't know why I did it like that. I mean, I'm going to give you a fighting chance until you won the fight. Because I'm good like that. This is starting to really hurt my legs though. I'm going to have a weird sleep tonight. Keep swiveling your hips! Fuck off, game. You try doing that at the same time. Leaning over on one leg and just wiggling your hips around. This is hard enough as it is. I can't wait to do the one where you have to include your arms in it at the same time. Also, I wasn't keeping an eye on when these hoops were coming in. See, it needs to give this to me now. Now is where it needs to give me the hoops. Now is where it needs to give me the hoops. Why aren't you giving me anything? Okay, that's already wasted. Like, I must be sort of going on a limb. Yes, you do. And it's awful. I'm so rigid and like can't move very well, and I was never actually able to grasp the concept of hula hooping when I was younger. So this is a nightmare. And I hate everything about it. But I've figured out a lot of it today. I haven't actually shown you, my PB is 298, and I believe the 4 stars is 300. Ah, fuck. So, not 400, 300 even. If it's 400, I don't know, I'm only predicting it to be 300. If it's actually 400, then I don't want to keep doing it anymore. I'm going to get someone else to do it. You're live now. Awesome, Vanna. Got pretty decent timing as well, because I can smell food. So I might be finishing off soon. I'm fucking up now. It's really irritating me because I just want to do this for fun, and then it's actually a pain for some reason. I think it's probably because I've just done enough of this. I'm not blaming Lord Soup. It's not his fault. Oh, fuck. You're never able to do this either. There you go. You know the struggles. What's really interesting though is that bigger movement is better. But when you're kind of in a rush to try and do this, you kind of want to go quicker. So it's really hard to keep consistent. I think that's what throws me off most of the time I'm doing this. So the clock in the corner. And then they add the hoops in as well. Didn't even move. What the fuck? Oh my goodness. I went way too late there. Somehow, I went the opposite direction and it put me the other way. Has to be now. Has to be now. Has to be now. You have to send me the hoop. There we go. I was a little late though. I don't think this is it either. Really irritating. I need to beat 280. just to get on my top 10 now. It's not going to do it. It's going to be, yeah, 271 again. Could you not get a heavy box or something and just place it on the balance board and move it around? I don't actually know. What if I could just like move? I think the thing is as well is you would need. You would need to move in a certain way, and there would need to be 2 points on the board to put your 2 feet on there. But I guess you could technically like use your hands or something, but at the same time I kind of feel like that would be worse because you can't, unless you're doing some sort of weird handstand, you can't really wiggle around. Also here. That's my current PB, and I feel like 4 stars is 300, but I'm not too sure. If I get to 300 and it gives me 3 fucking stars, then I'm probably just going to get my sister to try and do it instead. Or someone. I don't know. Because this is just, that. If it's doing that, and this is the beginner. This is the beginner level. It's just being so brutal. Also, there was that as well, Neptune. When I jokingly switched to his me like I have done for yours. This was my PB at the time. And I didn't notice until after I set this Peter run instead. That was like literally 2 points off. And I could have PB'd with Neptune's me. If it's 350, I'm giving up still too. Whoa. Oh my goodness. Always a little bit too short. Hello, Lewis. Welcome to trying to hula hoop. How have you been? Don't know when the last time was when I spoke to you, actually. I think you were here for like my Mario Party 8 stuff. Right? I go a little bit slower, actually. Yeah. I will actually I'll fill you in on what I'm trying to do in a bit. Just try and do this first. Nope. Decided to give up on me there. Okay, moving on from now. So, just a quick note. This isn't going to show up correctly because I'm using... Actually, I'll switch back to my me briefly. But I'm not done with you yet, Lord Soup. Don't think you're getting away from me that easily. So, just to fill in, there are these activities on Wii Fit U. Actually, I think you've been here for when I was doing the balance games. What I'm trying to do is just get 4-star on everything. And so far, up to this, from here to the end, I've been able to get 4 stars on every game. But the last one outstanding is the hula hoop game, where I've just fallen shy of 4 stars. That's 3. I feel like this one might actually be impossible for me to do. Because I got to 700 points on this one, and it still gave me 3 stars, so that's pretty tough. But yeah, these are the last things I have to do, and I can't hula hoop very well for shit. Like, I am very rigid and not able to move that well, so it's very, very tricky. And all of the tutorials and everything were just like, from people saying, yeah, this is pretty easy. I got this first try. And I'm like, how? How did you do this? I can't fucking do this. It's so irritating. But, once I've finally got to the 4 stars on this one, whether I do it myself or I have to get my sister in here to try and do it instead. Yeah. Once I finally get all of these to 4-star, as much as I can, we'll be moving back to Mario Kart Wii, and I'll be doing one of the tracks that you've played, actually, Luigi Circuit. I've actually got your me on here. Shall we see how Lewis handles the hula hooping? Hold on. I just remembered that you told me a few years ago, Sean, about the... Wait. Told me about the physique guy that you were going to have a teacher of some sort. Remembered you told me a few years ago about the physique guy that you were going to have a teacher of some sort. Or as in like to... Was that something to do with my back or something? Like to try and get a slightly better posture of some sort, I think. I think that's what you're referring to. Was that psychic? Well, I don't have any new lessons to teach you. Our cycle has ended. Hope you use your knowledge. Oh, is that on Luigi Circuit? Yeah. I picked out a nice ghost. I'll actually send the video of it in the chat so you can take a look. I picked out a sub. Actually, let me just check if this is the right link first. Because I don't want to randomly send something that I don't know what it is. I found a random sub on Chadsoft which looks like it gets most of the basic alignments. So I could... No, this isn't the correct ghost. So I could use it to align into the turns, but it has some mistakes in it where like it will release the mini turbo maybe a little bit late, or it will... What is it? Release the mini turbo a little bit late, or it will not get the wheelie, or something like that. You know what I mean? It will be a bit. It will just be like the driving. The driving isn't that good, but it has decent alignments into the turns and everything. So I can kind of copy it, and then if I drive better, I can just sort of off-screen it. And if I get a slightly worse alignment, then the ghost will hopefully catch up and come back to me. I did a lot of like looking through ghosts and trying to figure this out. But that is the ghost that I was thinking of doing. Also, hello Bint, or yes. Let me just type this real quickly. Oh, I wish I had proper emote selection. There we go. Ah, there we go. Let's read up. On Mario Kart in general, your current knowledge, you can get pretty decent times in Mario Kart Wii. Good. Thanks. I'm glad to know that you agree. Well, glad to know that you think that, because you've been here for quite a bit of my development, actually, especially with MC3. I will be returning to that track for point 2, actually, at some point this year, but I need to wait till I'm feeling it, you know, so I can be like, yeah, let's do it, let's get this. At the moment, I'm just like, Well, that's not my current time. It's a ghost that I found that subs 110. So I think my current time is a 110.3, which has like a really good lap 3, like a 0.2 or 0.1. Don't have to do it if you don't want to. Don't force yourself. Yeah, that's why I'm doing things like this at the moment. That's why I haven't gone back to MC3. It's a little bit irritating though, Lewis, and I feel like you might have witnessed this to some extent, is that there have been, not to name any names, but there have been a couple of people who are like, just coming up to me and going like, so when are you returning to Mario Circuit 3? When are you playing Mario Circuit 3 again? Are you time trialing MC3 soon? Like, not very many, there's just a couple of people dropping in here and there, but I feel like it's a little irritating. To say the least. And I feel like you probably know what I'm talking about, considering you had the world record at some point. People probably come up to you and being like, so when are you beating Tyler then? Are you going to beat Tyler again soon? When are you improving your world record? You know what I mean? Yeah. Sad to say that I have to abruptly leave. Have a good rest of stream, Sean. Bye guys. Take it easy then, Lord Soup. Thank you for stopping by and witnessing me bullying myself on this game. Hope you can get your computer fixed soon. Hope your phone works well enough in the meantime, and I shall see you again whenever you're next here. Fuck them, just ignore them. Yeah. I mean, I've wrongly responded quite aggressively to one person who'd been doing that to me. but for the most part I've just like left it, or if I responded at all I just say no. And hello Sean, welcome to the stream of shit. It's fun. How are you doing? Most creative question I've got is, do you think such and such might be possible? E.g. the sub or best splits? Yeah. That makes more sense. Like, someone's actually asked me if they think I can get worldwide tops, if I think that that's possible for me to do. That's the most I've been asked for the track. Otherwise, most people kind of say, like, do you think you could probably get a 0.1? Do you think you can probably get low 0.2? Do you think you can clean your endings up? And for most of those, I kind of feel like it's either a maybe or a yes, but I'm not too sure. I improved on Mushroom Bridge and missed beating Alex by 2 milliseconds. Ooh! That's pretty cool. When you say Alex, is this a different Alex? Or is this King Alex? Why did you answer aggressively? Because I wasn't... It irritated me and I wasn't thinking straight. Yeah. It wasn't the way I should have answered. I know that much. I got irritated is all. Do you think you can 1.16? Finish the track in 1 second, 160 milliseconds. Different Alex, okay. I feel like the only other Alex I know is the Wii Wheel Alex. Anyways, dinner is ready at the moment, so I will give Lewis a go with this. And then we can raid Vanna, because Vanna has been supporting the streams quite a lot, especially during the Mario Kart 7 stuff, so it would be nice to send everybody that way. Oh, you suit the green hoop, Lewis. It works. Right, this time Lewis is going to beat Neptune, and it's going to be fantastic. But to be completely honest, I feel like I'm tiring out today, so there's probably not much more use doing this, but I've done good, so I'm happy with this for today's progress. It is annoying. Especially when you're as rigid and weird as me. I can't move very freely. I'm quite stiff. So this is very tricky. And I could never do this game properly in school. They need to throw it now in order for me to get up on the leaderboard. They're not throwing it. Yeah, they threw it too late. Oh, sorry, Lewis. I tried. But I guess you also just don't care. There we go. Neptune, you're the winner. Congratulations. I owe you a cake. Ah, right. Let's take a look. Is it the Alex that goes to Backhake stream? I remember when I got my first Daisy Circuit World Record, people were asking me if sub was possible. As in like the sub 120, 129. You got 129.4. But that's more of like a reasonable question, right? I think a slightly harsh, not a slightly, what's the word? Slightly, more, it depends on the way you look at it as well, I guess. Because a slightly more disrespectful approach to it would be if they were asking you if you think you could sub, or if they were not just asking you, but just outright saying like, keep going, you can sub. But even then, like, it's not the worst thing. Like, I feel like it's if you got that time as a world record and you stopped playing Daisy Circuit, and then when you were trying to do something else, people were being like, so when are you playing Daisy Circuit again? Like, not, are you going to be playing Daisy Circuit again? It's like, so when? It's kind of like they have an expectation, I guess. So, the way that you described it, I don't think it's that bad, but the way that if they were like, they developed it as an expectation. So when are you getting the sub? Then it's kind of a bit like, You know what I mean? I don't know. It's hard to explain. It pissed me off because I thought I beat him when I crossed the line. Biggest disappointed me a lot. Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, it could be worse. It could have been by 1 millisecond. Or you tied him, but the picosecond was slower. I don't think that's happened before. Oh, it is! There you go. Neptune knew something. This minigame seems annoying. I wouldn't play this minigame at all. Fair enough. This is the closest you'll ever get to playing this minigame. I bought F1 2020 the other day, and I'm playing it at the moment instead of Mario Kart Wii. I need a break from that crap. Fair enough. I mean, to be honest, Sean, look on the bright side. You're still PB'd. And I assume that the comparison between you and Alex's run, for the most part, you're probably ahead of him, which will just show signs of progress rather than signs of failure in the run itself. It's just another run as another stepping stone to in the right direction, if that makes any sense at all. Reward yourself with a break for the PB rather than, you know, having to take the break because of the more negative side effects, if that makes any sense. I don't know. It's basically what I'm doing with MT3. I didn't care about whatever I got as a final PB as long as I got a 118.3 and then left it at that. And that's what I've done. I hate the run. It's definitely a proof that I could do a lot better. Well, there's definitely proof that I could do a lot better than it, but I'm not playing the game. I'm not playing the track at the moment. I'm having a break instead. How do you guys get stressed out playing Mario Kart Wii? I don't get it. It's probably because I feel like you were probably smarter with playing the game when you mainly did it, Lewis. Like, you played it whenever you felt like playing it and invested time in the game whenever you felt like it, but you didn't force yourself to go for anything specific. And I think in more of the situations where me and Sean have played the game, and other people like Tom or Jacob or anybody like that, where they try and force themselves into the game to go for a specific target, then it can be very draining. It pushes it past the fun point and just feels more like a challenge or a task rather than a game, which is not the way you should go. Definitely not. And then again, that's why I'm not playing the game at the moment, because I'd be forcing myself to do so, you know. And that's why we should probably finish off here and be done for the day. We PB'd anyway, so it's fine. We're getting a couple of steps closer. But we need to rest up and approach it again tomorrow, I think. Yeah, that was a good question. Good. Mushroom Bridge is the only track I'm good at, and I worked my ass off to get the second place, and then it got knocked down like straight away. So it would mean a lot to get it back. Yeah, that makes sense. But I think there's also a part about knowing when to stop as well, where the concept of trying to improve and trying to play something specifically is insignificant compared to what it's the effect that it's actually having on you. You know, are you feeling as achieved as you used to be with some certain PBs? Are you feeling happy and content with finally getting to a certain point, or do you feel like it's more of a failure? That sort of thing. I kind of feel like to some extent that's kind of what happens when you try and work harder and harder on something, is that it kind of waters down that sense of achievement. It's kind of more, I don't know how to describe it, replaced with a sense of relief, like, oh, thank God that's over, rather than, fuck yes, PB. So happy I could run 7 miles. You know what I mean? It ties in with what I was saying earlier. There's a point where you push it past the fun aspect to the point where it just becomes like a task, like something you need to finish, and it's just controlling everything. And if it gets to that point, I feel like the stronger thing to do, rather than to carry on going, is to stop. Because in the long run, it probably has the better effect. Lewis will probably agree with me on that one. If it made any sense at all. I don't find it disrespectful, maybe because I'm from another culture. I mean, that's also a very good point. I have no idea how it would work for you, but I guess, yes, from a Western point of view, I feel like there's a very high, what's the word? There's a very high regard for a sense of achievement, and or like an expectation from a certain thing. So like if you thing or person, so you know, if you know someone to be a celebrity, if you know them to be some sort of musician, then the world will just brand them as a musician. They would expect music, they would expect songs and to see them performing on stage or anything. Some musicians randomly decide to, you know, get into acting, or some can actually be actors as well. Like I've seen, I can't name any off the top of my head, but I've seen some people who are musicians voice act or just act in films or in theatres or something, and it's just not an expectation that you would have for that person. You'd be like, so I wonder when so-and-so is releasing the new album. Like, I'm pretty sure the one that you're probably going to start hearing again soon, because I feel like we're kind of overdue. And even my expectation just then is like, yeah, because we're long overdue for this sort of thing. Ed Sheeran, massive musician, completely dominates the Western charts. When's his next album? Yeah? When are you making your next album, Eddie boy? When is it, so I can get on the train and hear it played by about 50 teenage girls from their phones? Or some stupid shit like that. Not that it's bad, but it's like, he's a musician, you know? And I think he's been in some movies and something, but I wouldn't just necessarily class him as an actor. It's an expectation sort of thing. I don't know if that applies the same way for you, but yeah. Anyways, what else? Can I get a sub 135 on bridge? Yes. Will I get it? Fuck no. I can't be asked. I failed it 5 times already. There you go. I lost it all on the bridge lap 3. Fucking humping the bridge is the most idiotic track design ever. Yeah. This sounds more like a point where you should leave it for a bit, Sean, and you should leave it for not just a week, but maybe a couple of months. Just either move on to a different track, or move on to a different game altogether. And the thing that's probably a good thing to this is you've kind of done that already. You've picked up a game that is completely different to Mario Kart Wii. It's still sort of racing, so I guess you can get your taste for completing driving something, racing something to some extent, but it's completely different from Mario Kart Wii at the same time. You've given yourself something else to do, essentially, and that's good. You've taken note of the track being shit, the game just not working out for you, and you worked on it. So you kind of, without me really explaining anything, you kind of just taken the initiative already. Yeah. Well, that is context. For example, when are you going to get into the tops? I don't interpret it as demanding. I never saw it that way. Fair enough. So you did sort of get the same thing, but you just didn't see it the same way. So I feel like it's a bit more of a negative, because it's just an expectation that someone has perceived from you. And it makes sense. MC3 is like literally the only track that I've time trialed to a decent amount on Mario Kart Wii. So people who have an interest in time trialing and know that I exist and know that I've played the track, they're going to come along and ask. And because they just want to see me do it again, or they just want to know if I'm doing it again or not. And I think it's okay, but to an extent it feels like, you know, when you're trying to have a rest, when you're trying to work on something else, it kind of shows that maybe that's all that person really cares about from you, if you know what I mean. Like they're coming in, that there's lots of other stuff I can supply, like this stream at the moment is nothing to do with Mario Kart Wii, or even when I actually play Mario Kart Wii, if I play a different track or something, play a different Mario Kart, people will just be, all they want is just one thing, and that's one thing that I'm not working on at the moment. So I guess the other side of this is that it doesn't really feel like it respects what you're actually wanting to do at the moment in time. But yeah, it's not. It's probably more of an oversight, really. Like it's probably more of an overreaction sort of thing from my perspective. Not that I get ridiculously mad, ridiculously angry at people for doing this sort of thing. Like I kind of answered aggressively to one person in particular, but that was entirely my fault, really. I should have not done that. You mostly play Mario Kart. Wait. You play Mario Kart Wii mostly for the tops, that's why. Mushroom Bridge is the only track I play for the top on, and I play it for second worldwide, not tops. Since I'm a CT main, tops are free on most tracks. Playing Mushroom Bridge is torture. I don't enjoy it at all, I hate all of it, I just want second. But then that's what I was talking about earlier, Sean. This is where the concept of achieving something is becoming more of a task rather than the aspect of the game, where it's sort of taking over and just overrunning what you want to do, and it's just taking too much control, and it's clearly not a positive effect, if you know what I mean. And I understand that a lot, because that's essentially what MC3 slowly becomes over time. It just feels like a task. Like you could see it in my driving for my point 3. it's just all sloppy and all over the place. But I just want it to be done. I'd take anything at that point in time, and that's why I also hate my run. But there you go. But the thing is as well is that you improved, you PB'd, you made a step in that direction. And although it may not necessarily be fun, it's still an upside in that regard. Just give it a bit of time. You achieved something, so it's something. You guess you need to bring yourself out of it a little bit more, actually. You know, appreciate the achievement that you've been able to do, you know, getting a personal best, and give it a rest and come back to it naturally, I guess. I don't know. That was not very well said at all. Just, how is it? Avoid thinking of it as... Try thinking of it as just, you know, your PB improvement rather than the tops that you are aspiring to get. Because that way it might be a little more manageable. But more importantly, I feel like it's probably a good idea for you to just not play the track for a little while, if not a long time. Anyways, yeah. And Lewis just simply says, don't torture yourself. Just move on from the track. He's exactly the same thing, basically. It's so boring, and I get angry every time I play the track. It's torture. More of a reason to stop. It's actually kind of ironic. You're giving us you're giving us the signs that show, I don't want to do this. I don't know why I'm doing this, but I'm doing it. And it's torture. You're just literally just displaying it. Like, you're basically displaying what we're saying, but like from your own perspective, and it's just ironic to me. Because I have done the same to an extent as well. Do you know what time do I have on Dry Ruins? I'm not sure, but I'm pretty sure I'd never TT'd that track, seriously. Pretty sure I had like a 2-minute. Yeah, there's no ghost or anything for it, if you were asking. And you never submitted a time anywhere on like the players page or anything, Lewis, so I wouldn't know what it is exactly. But I do remember when I sat down and tried Dry Ruins this time last year or the year before, when I was trying to beat the Expert Staff Ghost time on there. The Expert Staff Ghost is only like a 202 or a 201, and I was barely pulling like 202s or something, and you told me that it was around about that time that you had as a PB on that track. So I think our PBs on Dry Ruins are actually very similar, if not the same, or close to, like within the same category. I do remember, I don't know what your PB is, but I do remember we've spoken about it. My reaction to my first .1 was finally a .1. I never really played the game for fun ever. I've always played the game to win. Then that's your problem too. Because when you pushed it to a point where you can't win easily anymore, if at all, then yeah, that's you're stuffed basically. It's and if you never really played the game for fun, then that's also a massive problem as to, you know, why did you start it at all? Because when I started with MC3, grinding through the 119s to the 118 sub, it was frustrating, but it was a fun sort of frustrating, you know what I mean? Like, I would get annoyed if I didn't PB a certain day, and I would get annoyed if, you know, something just didn't work right that one time, you know, where the Wiimote and Nunchuck likes to do disconnection central. I'd be burning out a lot because I didn't know how to start properly. The ghost that I was playing against would piss me off or something if I was decided to play against a ghost at all. Sometimes this is back when I would switch around, so I wouldn't be depending on a ghost as much. I could switch between not doing so, and like sometimes I just throw myself out my rhythm and I'd be completely pissed off. But I would turn the game off and I'll be able to go about doing my everyday life and whatnot and come back and maybe achieve something a little later, and it was fun. I enjoyed the concept of working on the track then. Coming to it later on, in the 118s, it's, especially recently with the 0.3 grind, it was a lot bigger because it felt like those little tiny things that keep happening that just irritate you and just feel like they throw off your whole rhythm and the whole game become the entire session. Like I spent 8 hours, Lewis was here for this as well, I spent 8 hours just not getting a starter boost. Constantly. Like I was racing a ghost and I was trying to do the starter boost. I was just chatting and talking on stream and I was just constantly failing the starter boost and restarting. For 8 hours pretty much. Occasionally getting a good start, but for the most part it was just that. That was all that happened. And I would, just any sort of little thing like that where a session wouldn't work out and just irritate me, I would go out and then I would be thinking about it still. I would be on my mind, you know, when I'm eating dinner, when I'm trying to work on music, when I'm trying to when I'm trying to sleep, out of all things. And it just has that effect. It becomes more than it should do, and it shouldn't do. It's a game. You know what I mean? It was just, it's, you know, obvious. It's obvious that I, on that track, am closer, a lot closer to my limit. And I think in that regard, you should try to appreciate the fact that that might be the case for you as well. But I don't know. I don't know the track very well, so I can't really comment on it. Start by making realistic goals that you can achieve and work towards them. Yeah, there you go. That's kind of what I was saying. Make a goal that is more centered around you rather than the worldwide tops. Say, you just kind of got to come into the game and be like, okay, I'm going to PB. It's a little bit healthier than coming in and being like, okay, I'm going to beat second worldwide today. You know? I think that's actually common knowledge with the higher players, the higher ranked players in the community, because it's something that I'd heard Nick talking about. Like, it would give him a better mentality if he was going for a world record or a world record improvement of his own, just to be like, okay, I just want a PB, and he just tries to completely zone out of his head that it's this could be a worldwide tops, or this could be a new world record improvement, or this could be an existing world record. Instead, he would sort of just zone it out of his head and just focus on the him part of it rather than the everything else part. Again, ironically, it's another thing that I struggle with. But it's the better way to work at the game. Second worldwide is realistic for me. I just need to stop being a bitch boy and failing lap 3 to nerves and finish up a clean run. I mean, yeah, but you also need to give yourself more time to time away from the track so you can come back to it and focus on it with a better mindset, a better way to get there. Because this is what happens when the last few times I've taken a break from MC3, I've come back and I've been able to BB in, between a few days to like a week or two. And the PB run is one that I just don't expect. I just sit there, zone out, just think about something else, listen to the stream I'm listening to or the music I'm listening to, and then suddenly I finish a run, it's a PB, I'm like, what? To be honest, that's funny when that happens. I really like that when that happens. That's what happened with the 366. It's like its only upside. It's such a shit run, and I just didn't think it was going to PB, but it did. There you go. Doesn't help I'm playing one of the most inconsistent tracks. Yeah. I mean, that's why I don't like the concept of it. Is where you're just literally sitting there humping a bridge for like 3 or 4 seconds. That's like, why? It's like that one track with the massive corridor, with the Cooper Cape electrical spinny things that you just trick on for like 10 fucking years. Like, why? I am really far behind, and I didn't know that because I literally just got to Sean's comment of, I love Ed Sheeran, just randomly in the middle there. If you don't learn from your mistakes, you die. Great quote from Lewis there. It's actually both funny and I guess kind of true. Because if you don't learn from your mistakes and you keep forcing yourself into something unhealthy and ridiculous like this, then you are going to probably drive yourself to insanity and death, I guess, eventually. Don't get me started on my Ed Sheeran fanboy rants. Oh boy. I've always done my best to stay positive, but I know not everyone can do that. Yeah, that makes sense, Ben. It's very tricky. It all depends on just the way you see things and the way that other things just affect you from side to side. But the fact that you're good at it is admirable. I definitely respect it. Anyways. When I leave it, I lose my consistency again. But does that outweigh the fact that you're not enjoying it? Does that outweigh the fact that it's torture when you're forcing yourself to play it? So what? Everyone loses consistency if they don't do something after a while. That's just natural. But if taking a break and trying to find something else to at least put you in a nicer mindset again, if that's what it takes to, you know, make things a little better, even slightly, then that's the thing that you need to focus on more. Find what it bothers you about Mushroom Bridge. Know yourself so you can view it from a complete view. That's also a good point as well. Like, if you don't truly understand or appreciate the way that you're feeling toward a certain thing, then you're less likely to take the more appropriate actions to fix things. Wow, that was a really good statement. Oh my goodness, I should write that down. What did I just say? That's probably one of the most mature things I've said. Jesus Christ. But it's true. Whatever I just said, I'm pretty sure it's true. I think it's somewhat okay as long as you don't expect them to play and don't value you based on your MC3 playtime. That's basically the point I was trying to say earlier. Like, it's okay to ask just out of curiosity, and that's sort of fine, but if it comes across as if it's like the only thing that they expect, which some people do, then I don't know, it just doesn't sit right with me to an extent. I have expectations for myself. Like, I expect myself to get second worldwide, and I expect myself to do well on the track, and expect myself to be fast, and I get annoyed with myself when I don't meet my expectations, and that's the problem. You are forcing yourself to do something, whereas you should be looking at it as like, okay, I'm gonna try and get this PB today. And then if it doesn't come around, then you're like, okay, then, you know, don't get disappointed with it. You just be like, okay, well, at least I got this and this and this. You know, try and see the positive side to it, rather than just setting yourself something that would ultimately make you unhappy in the long run. I've been there, done that as well. Like as soon as the game or my driving has shown the potential for me to achieve something, then I can be very hard on, what I should be getting as opposed to what I eventually do. But the really big point behind that is that you should never just devalue what you've already been able to get if it doesn't reach your expectations. So like, the biggest upside to my 118.3 was that it was a 118.3. A secondary upside, which I thought of, is that it technically was what European tops would have been this time last year if Scorpion Fatality didn't play the track, which I had no control over. That was nothing on my fault. The times just happened to change at the wrong time. It's irritating, but it's better than if I improved the time and then they got the time and just smash me back down. Third one is I beat Nobuo's Ghost, which was something that Lewis was actually encouraging me to do, or tried to play his Ghost for like a couple of years, and I actually was able to beat it. Something that I, once upon a time, just flat out refused to believe. Like, Lewis kept telling me, you could beat this time, Sean. You have what it takes. It seems like you just need to improve. And I'm like, no, Lewis, I can't do that. It's way too hard. Look at it, it's 118.3. I have like a 6-hour time. How am I supposed to get to that? And he's just like, you just got to work on things. Just do it at your own pace. Get better. And I'm like, well, I can't. And like, oh. Suddenly, a couple of months later, I'm like, 118.5. Where did this come from? You know what I mean? This is really badly like improvised, but the point is, play with some sense of realisticness, I guess, realism, because it will probably help you in the long run, I guess. I don't know, but not too much. Don't overdo it and be like, fuck, I can't do this. Like, that's also another issue that I had, I guess. I'm a perfectionist, I suppose. Even then, I wouldn't... You can be a perfectionist, but I think you're just not being kind to yourself. Like, a perfectionist would look... I would say that I'm more on the perfectionist side, and, well, at least I have quite a relatively perfectionist side, because that's why I always harshly criticize my MC3 runs as well as a lot of my music. Like, I still class myself to be a developing musician, and that all my music is developing at the moment. It's not ready yet. There's still lots to improve on, and I don't even know how to improve it all. But my point of view is, I guess, from if I was to look at it as a perfectionist, is that the track is imperfect. So I have more of a chance of doing something that's more driving based and cleaner, like MC3, because the track won't just randomly fuck me over with things that I can't control. I don't know if that ties in the same way, but I can kind of see what you're getting. You're just not fair to yourself. If that makes any sense. This is really tricky to try and describe. Anyways, let's see what else is going on. I don't think casuals asking what your goal is should be interpreted as I messed that up. I don't think casuals asking what your goal is should be interpreted with such a negative connotation. Yeah. That's kind of what I was trying to describe earlier. Like, when Lewis, and that was what Lewis was actually saying. Like his perspective was, he was bringing up or just relating to my point, saying that the only thing he can think of that summed up in that same manner is that people would ask him if the sub was possible, or people would ask him, you know, if such and such time was possible on MC3 or something, and that's not negative at all. And I would agree. It's just asking out of curiosity, you know, whether or not it's something. It's something regarding the track rather than you actually. Well, asking about goals isn't that bad either. Like, so what's your next goal on this track? Or, you know, are you going to improve it more? That's probably the best way to ask. Like, are you planning on improving this more? Or are you going to leave it here? Are you done? But it's when, you know, it's more of like a asked out of an expectation for your sort of thing. Like someone could come in on this stream and be like, so when are you playing MC3 again? Why are you still playing this shit? You know what I'm saying? Like when it's asked more out of the desire for the track, or a desire to see something very specific rather than to kind of just appreciate what you're doing as just a person as a whole. I feel like I'm responding to this really late as well, so let's try and speed up a little bit. Doing something you don't like is trash. If you don't like playing Mushroom Bridge, don't play it. If you don't have to, you don't live. Wait. If you don't have to, you don't live out of that. Oh, you don't have to. Wait, let me try and understand this. Sorry, Lewis. Doing something you don't like is trash. If you don't like playing Mushroom Bridge, then don't play it. If you don't have to, and you don't, then you, if you don't, then you won't stop. Then you won't live out of that. Okay, there we go. You won't work it out of your system, basically. You don't get paid. You don't eat it. You are torturing yourself because you like to be in the tops. Sorry, I completely butchered reading that out, but yes, that is very true. Very good point from Lewis there. I don't want to do it because I'm doing... Wait, I don't want to do it, but I'm doing it because I want to see second again. I wish I knew how to not be so obsessed with my time on a track. I need to calm down. Well, that's what the next step is then, Sean. You've kind of just basically said what you should be doing next. Putting the game aside. Like, put it somewhere where you can't get to it, or give it to someone to look after for a little while. You know? Just move it out of the way, out of sight, out of mind, completely move away, and just try to take yourself to something else. So what I'm doing, I mean, I've still been kind of working on Mario Kart Wii in general, but Mario Kart Wii isn't the thing that's the problem. It's just the concept of grinding the track and trying to improve is the issue. I think we don't have to keep repeating it that much to just not see that that's the issue for you either. If it helps, one time that I wanted to try and avoid the game and just work on something else for a bit. I think this was actually after I subbed 119. I took the game and I put it in the attic for 7 months while I tried working on Mario Kart 8 instead. Like, I genuinely did that. There's even a vlog video of me talking about it and my thoughts at the time. I just literally took the game, went up in the attic, put it up there, left it until I finished Mario Kart 8. I gave myself something else to do. And that's what you should be doing too. You need to realise that it's an arbitrary time, not some sort of Olympic gold medal. And even then, like, is that the only reason as to why people are in the Olympics in the first place? Are they there for the times? Are they there for the medals? So I think, would an Olympian really come in and be like, you know, running this race or doing this gymnastic thing is such a strain on me, and I feel like shit, and I hate myself, and I'm getting really angry and frustrated. I've travelled all this way, thousands of miles from my home, and I'm just not enjoying what I do. Even the thought of that, is that not enough to just say, no, I'm not going to do this Olympics thing. I'm going to stay here, just work on things at my own pace, and just, you know, be with my family, be with my friends. Like, it's... yeah. I don't know if that point made any sense at all, but to me, it makes sense. When I got my first MC3 world record, I started to compare myself to other TTers who had multiple world records on them at the time. At the end of the day, I realised it was dumb to compare myself to others. In your case, you need to identify why you are obsessed with being now. Why do you have to strive to be in the tops? You can be the best in the... wait. You can be the best at that track, but at the end of the day, it drains you because you don't like the track at all. There you go. I don't think I could say anything better. That's a really good point. And yeah, that's what I was doing last month. I've already told you this story already, Sean, and I think Lewis and Bint know this as well. But obviously when the early summer came around last year and I was trying to grind for 118.3, I started working on that all by myself. So I was just alone. Tyler started playing the track, coincidentally at the same time. I wouldn't say he was playing because I started playing, but yeah. He started playing again, and then suddenly 4 other people started playing. So you had Fatality and Scorpy, who were both in the UK and affected the European tops because they started grinding that. Jake, who just has not left me alone on the track for as long as he's known me for. And then Bint as well, who was not as much of a problem as the others, but it was the biggest point there is that all of those people came in, they spent a lot less time on the track than I was, and specifically with the main 4, they went from having a PB to around 118.7 at the very least, and they took it all the way up to 0.3s and 0.2s. In Scorpy's case, also getting into the worldwide tops. You also had Jake just fucking around in the ways that I've described way too much to go into detail again. And then you also had the fact that Scorpion and Fatality hated each other and would constantly be talking about each other behind one another's backs to me, and then they also affected the European tops and got things a lot quicker, and I was giving them advice, and my advice was working to help them improve, which was not helping me improve, and it was a disaster. So it was the wrong thing to do. I was comparing myself to them because although I'm still capable of doing something, they improved quicker. The one thing that I based it off of, when I finally decided to call an end to it, was that Tyler seemed to be playing the most casually, actually. Because I spoke to Tyler, I think, a few years ago, and when he set his first time, the 088, and Tyler just doesn't play the game in the same ways that he used to, purely because his real life has taken over. I'm pretty sure he has a job now, which he told me about, I've forgotten, but every time he has a little bit of free time and just feels like, oh hey, you know something I haven't done in a while? I haven't played SNES Mario Circuit 3. I'm going to give that a little bit of a go. I could probably get a cheeky PB. And that's what he does. That's all he does. He doesn't care about... He doesn't seem to care about the fact that he hasn't got the world record or anything anymore. It never demotivated him when Luke played, from what he told me. He just came in, he plays the track for a little bit for the sake of playing the track and getting a PB. PBs, stops, finishes. That's the last thing that he's done. When he set the 088, he wanted to beat the 107. Came in, done that, left it. Came back a couple of months later to a year later, wanted to improve the 088. He improved it with what was arguably a shitter run, and only by 8 milliseconds. Still a PB, left it. Came back earlier this year, when Vincent and Casey and everybody were improving in the top 10. Played the track for a little while, got to an 066, PB'd, stopped. Hasn't played since then. No, he was just playing for the sake of playing. He didn't care. And to be honest, over the years, even over the most recent months since then to now, I've come to respect that a lot better than anything else, actually. So that's what I did. When Tyler PB'd, I forced myself to stop. And I needed a break. And it was... I didn't want to take a break. And I was... While working on the festival stuff with Emma, I was in a really shit mood because I wanted to be... Because for some reason, my mind was telling me to force myself to work on MC3, but I had music stuff to do. And this is actually the bit that I hate the most, because this is mainly all my fault, because it was developed from a perception of other people rather than, you know, something else. It was something that was beyond my control. The main thing that I had control over was to just not play the track, and that's inevitably what I did in the end. But yeah, it caused me to be in such a foul mood because I just wasn't seeing it any better. And although the festival was a good outcome, and a lot of people certainly seem to enjoy it, and I enjoy it, and that blackbird is pissing me off because it's not even singing, it's just like just out in the... Fuck off, you stupid bird. Thank you. Right. What was I saying? No, I lost my train of thought now. Yeah, no. Even though it had a good outcome, I would specify that most of that was on Emma's behalf, because for the most part, she was the one that came in and did all of the work or did a lot of the work, because I was in a really stupid mood regarding the track, regarding the thing I was forcing myself to work on. Why won't you fuck off? You're annoying. Oh my god, this is really irritating. I'm gonna throw something at it in a minute. Okay, it's gone now. That was horribly explained. I apologise for that. But yeah. No. I was just in a really... That's just the thing that kind of happened, you see. I was forcing myself to do something, compared myself too much to everybody else that was doing better. Wrongly. I shouldn't have been focusing on that. I should have just been focusing on things for myself. Did have the right mindset to put the game down, because I realised how it was affecting me. But over the course of when I was working on something else, completely different, the mindset of the track, the thought of it, the idea of it was still affecting the way that I thought and felt and acted. And as a consequence of that, I feel like my friend had to put up with more than what was fair for her to do so. And I feel like, you know, I couldn't come in and pull my weight as much as what felt appropriate. Because when the festival came around and we had all the finished projects done, Emma was the one that did the most work, and I was the one that was credited for it. Like, she didn't seem to care, and to be honest, she was actually an absolute star. She was incredibly supportive, just incredibly positive, despite me complaining. This is the other perfectionist side as well, actually, because she would kindly do something that she could spend half a day about, and if it was like different to what I was expecting in a way that I, you know, felt like it could be better or I didn't like it, I told her about it, whereas I should have just taken it so we could work on something else and, you know, improve other aspects instead. You know what I mean? Either or. Like, I think I've made my point about 5 times in saying this, so I'm going to move on. Let's take a look. I want second so badly on that track because it's the first CT top I got. And because it's Fatality is in first, and it would be, and I would like to have a top 2 with him because it would look nice on the leaderboard. But again, does that outweigh the fact that it's torture for you to try and play the track? Does that really outweigh the fact that you don't like doing it, or you don't like what you're supposed to do? And also, Fatality shouldn't be too much of a perspective for you, really, Sean. Like, because if you're kind of doing this in a way where you're trying to please him, then it's probably not a great idea, because especially considering the way that some of the reactions that Fatality has had, and some of the interactions that he's had with you specifically, is he really going to appreciate it as much as you think, or as much as you'd appreciate it yourself, the way that it would look, if you'd appreciate it at all? Because I think, again, what will happen at the end of the day is you'll get second and you'll be like, thank fuck that is over. You know? I threw my controller and broke my new Super Mario Bros. Wii disc when I was at 135.8 pace is my PB. And within 200 milliseconds of my personal best splits on the track now. 318 milliseconds exactly. But again, is it worth it? Is it really worth it? You need to sit down and think and try and just, you know, bring yourself to look at it and ask if it's worth it. What are you gonna do now that you can't play New Super Mario Bros. Wii? Is that a problem? Was it worth doing that? I wouldn't say it's worth doing that at all. You know? Is it worth risking that again over something? I guess you can kind of see it as an improvement. If you haven't done it since, and you were only at 135.8 when that happened to happen, then maybe you've improved with the way that you react. But at the same time, if it was that stressful, that torturous, that early on in the track, in grinding and everything, then why did you continue? You see, again, it's just valuing this worth. Does it really outweigh the other aspect? Or does it require more thought, you know? That sort of thing. Think of it this way. The first opportunity that comes into yourself isn't always the best for you. You can get another worldwide top in another CT if you really wanted to. And regarding your friends, well, I assume you want to be close with him because you appreciate him and put him in a pedestal. Yeah, to be honest, I feel like Sean probably does that more than he really needs to. Most of the time, so I want to be close to him because we always wanted to have a top 2 on that track. But you have had a top 2 on that track. You before Alex came along and got that second place, you did have one. And what is there to say that if you get the top 2 back that you'll be able to keep it forever? Because nothing lasts forever. You know? There is more to life than a top 2 in a game. Let's just put it that way. Especially on a CT with Fatality, out of all people. Fatality has the ability to get dozens of BKTs, and I'm sure there's several there that he's played which are actually also easier to play. Much easier than Mushroom Bridge. Probably the biggest aspect that's holding you back from playing one of those that he has is the sheer concept that you are in too deep with the track you first started with. Like Lewis said in that really nicely written paragraph I read out beforehand, you know, if you're not going to change, if you're going to just try and stick with that track, you may never find out that something better is waiting for you later down the line. That, you know, you have the chance to get another worldwide top, you'll have another chance to get another second worldwide, you may even have a chance to get a full-blown BKT and you would never know it because you've not left something that you just don't like. It's the same thing that I was thinking about with MC3, and I've told this story to you numerous times already, and we're going back to Emma again because a lot of the recent MC3 grinding actually kind of ties in with a timeline that Emma exists upon. Back in 2019, when I first started going to the studio where I met Emma, I was just going there beforehand and I didn't actually know her yet. She hadn't come along or even worked there yet. Beforehand, she knew of the studio because she used to go there as a kid but had stopped going when she went to college and music school and everything. But she decided to come back to the studio through a friend of hers who attended the same sessions that I did, a guy called Adam. And first of all, if they didn't meet at the jobs, and there's a chance that, you know, both of them could have not passed their respective interviews to work at the place they did. Adam also, just literally a few weeks later, moved to Dubai, out of all places, so if he didn't ask Emma if he wanted to come back to the studio with him, then, you know, there may have never been a point where she got a job there and actually helped me with the festival, and we became good friends and sang together and shit like that. I would have never known she existed, but that's half the point. The other half is that at the time, before I knew her, it was literally the night that I met her actually, I was getting really pissed off. This is some of the stuff that Lewis probably knows about as well. There was a time that I looked at on my stream. There's a 118.699 by a player called Mura. And honestly, when I reviewed it on stream, I even showed it to Lewis. It's my absolute least favorite run. The most hated run to me that I've ever seen on that track. The driving was shit, and it was just all over the place. Like, I could very easily outdrive it even on a bad day, but purely because its ending was a lot better than what I was able to do at that time. Like, it was still shit, but like, it would do a good ending. Purely because it just it did one thing better than I could do. It meant that guy got a faster time. I was also struggling for 3 months straight trying to beat a 118.775, which was just a random time that I got. And it was such a weird PB that I remember not feeling a thing when I set it. I literally looked at the screen, I saw 118.775 as my PB, didn't react. I didn't feel happy, I didn't feel sad, I just saw the time and carried on. And I couldn't beat that time as well. That was the thing that I hate the most. It was a shit run, shit time. I hated myself for setting it. I hated the whole time period that was set. And I just could not defeat it for the life of me. I was trying so hard to do it, and I just couldn't. And then, out of nowhere, at the very beginning of April, this time 2 years ago, out of all fucking things, actually, I only just realised this now, Ross, fantastic player, decides to be like, yeah, I'll play MC3 for a bit. Plays for like 2 sessions and gets into the UK top. The thing that I had been working on for about half a year, he just takes it as if it's nothing. And when I finally saw that he had PB'd or something, I don't remember exactly, but I'm pretty sure I was on the train into the studio at the time when I saw this. I loaded up my tablet and I checked, and I saw 118.607 by Ross, and it just ate into me. It was like, you know, right there and then. So much so that I awkwardly got off the train. Like, again, I don't know if this actually... Well, I remember it that I actually looked at it while I was on the train, but I might have seen it just before I left home to go on the train. But either or, it put me in such a shit mindset about myself and everything that I went to the cafe at the station, the other side, and bought 5 packets of popcorn. But life has a certain way of working where, you know, you can have these really shit times, things feel like they're all against you and you can't do anything about it, but it can also just suddenly reward you with something that you're never expecting, and you'll never know that you ever needed without it just serendipitously introducing itself to you. And that same night, or around that same time, I met Emma. It was the same night that she came to the studio with her friend and we jammed, and she fucking blew me away with how good a drummer she was. I'd had the horror of, you know, being put with really bad drummers, or people who were just, you know, maybe okay drummers but just really inconsistent people and not turn up to sessions or anything. A lot of my college life in bands and everything was either playing with drummers who couldn't keep time, and playing with people who weren't committed to the project. Emma's neither of those. She's really committed. Like I said earlier, it backs up my point about the festival, which she fucking, you know, made as good as, single-handedly made as good as it was, but she's also just really good at timing, really good at filling, and just a really good person, just really kind and just really happy to go out of her way. It's just, you know what I'm saying? There was a point where I felt like, you know, I couldn't do any better, and it was just felt like what I was trying to do had failed, and what I was trying to do just, you know, wasn't gonna happen. And I was just feeling so shit, but then suddenly something else happened. I met someone who has now become one of my closest friends, if not my current closest friend, and everything in some regard has seemed to be all the better. You know what I mean? It was after I had met her, and it put me in a completely good mood. Only when then I had the ability to put down the track. I kind of understood that it was just damaging just to be playing the track at the time, and I felt positive, and I felt like there was something, you know, music and a person to actually work with that I could finally transition to and, you know, stop doing so. So I stopped playing MC3. We were working on the music, established a better relationship with Emma, and another friend of mine at the time called Ryan as well, who is a bass player, also introduced to me by the studio. Really good, really nice guy actually. And yeah, I performed the festival in 2019. It went great. Everybody loved it. So many people turned up for that as well. It was my most populated gig, I'm pretty sure. And I came back, played MC3. First session back, I PB'd. Literally, the same session I was de-rusting and everything. I was inconsistent as shit and I'm like, oh god, I don't know how well this is going to go. Low 0.7. Then I actually had to stop for a little while because this is the point where my granddad passed away, so I couldn't bring myself to do barely anything. But once things kind of, I kind of started coming to terms with things a little better. Played the track again for 3 days, and I jumped straight from that 0.7 that I got all the way up to 608. First 0.6, finally getting the UK top. Fantastic. It was one of the best feelings, if not my most favourite feeling that I've ever had, actually. And from there on out, actually, everything just felt like it improved. Up until when weirdly, or I guess understandably, when the pandemic came around. Because since the pandemic came up, I haven't been able to see Emma. I haven't been able to see barely anybody. The only 2 people that I've really seen outside of this house for basically the entirety of the pandemic's existence, the lockdowns and everything, is my grandma and my cousin. That's it. So maybe that could also be an effect of my mood or my mindset towards MC3. And I'm only realising it now. Oh my goodness. Anyways, let's carry on going. That's the most I rambled on that point. Playing that track is draining you. It stresses you out. No point in achieving something that hurts you. That is the best point that I've seen all day. I'm print screening that. In fact, actually a bit coming up to it as well. Respect and love yourself a little more and stop playing that track, please. There you go. I think that's a good way to do it. At the moment, I can consistently finish 31.7s on that one at the moment, which is 0.07 away from my personal best split. Yeah. Your friend won't hate you for that. If he were a real friend, he would understand your decision. A true friend, indeed. And I don't want to say too much, but again, like I'm saying, some of the ways that fatality is acted towards you, Sean, he might not be the best person to try and consult for opinions on this. I think in the end of the day, as long as you're the one that comes to the right decision and makes that decision over anybody else, no one's deciding for you or criticizing you for that, then, it's probably the right thing. My friends think I should quit as well. There you go! What more proof do you need? Are you afraid of stepping out of your comfort zone, of getting another worldwide top? I think it's probably more likely that it's just, untapped potential in a way. That he wants to, try and get to a definitive ending, a definitive sort of finishing point on the track that he's working on first before moving on. It's very relatable, actually. That's literally what I'm doing on MC3. It's why I bullied myself to go for the 118.3. And it's why, like I said, when I forced myself to finish before getting to a certain point, like when I had to with the festival, when I had to with the 0.7 and going for the UK top initially. Like, I wanted to get to that definitive point, and I was forcing myself to play the track. I think that's the biggest point. You can't be a perfectionist. We always make mistakes. Is a part of our human nature. That is very true as well, and it's a very, very irritating part of human nature. It would be a great. It would be fun to get another worldwide top, but I don't know what track to play. I always just end up searching through tracks aimlessly. Well then, spend some time on it. There's time that you, instead of spending some time playing Mushroom Bridge, spend some time trying out new tracks. Testing out new things. Like, how's Wahoo Island? I know you have taste in spear tracks as well. Have you given Wahoo Island a try? Because me, Bradley, and Jacob have all been grinding that, or have grinded that a little bit. Like, it might be something that you could probably do quite well. Who knows? But don't overdo it as well. Just remember that. Just kind of test the waters. See if they're the correct depth for you. But don't go all the way out to sea, you know? I need to bot Lewis off of the Daisy Circuit American tops. Oh, when I tried Daisy Circuit for the first time, Lewis was still in the worldwide tops. It's ridiculous that he's now offered those two. Am I still in the regionals? What the fuck? He thinks the complete opposite. He's like, wait, what? That's really funny. I'm here just being like, oh, I wish Lewis was still there. Gosh, he's so good. And Lewis is like, what? That's really funny. I still can't believe how little time it took me to get 118 on MC3. I just sat down and played the track for 6 hours one day. Yeah, there you go. I'm not kind to myself. I care more about other people than me. That's your biggest problem though, Sean. Because if caring about if it means harming yourself to care about other people, then it's not worth doing. And I know it's probably like a really sickening sort of feeling, a really sickening sort of point of view, saying that sort of thing, but it's true. You need to care about yourself, because otherwise, if you try putting someone or something else before you, and it causes something really bad to happen, then it may cause you to not be around and be able to care for somebody, you know? Whether that's like people would lose interest, or people would lose the ability to speak to you or be connected to you because you're too drawn in to something like this. You're too encapsulated. It changes your mind too negatively to the point where you become less of a person for someone to be around, and coincidentally they'd go off. It sounded a bit more sinister when I first suggested that idea, but it's true because I've had it happen to me. Now, think about tracks you always wanted to play, to learn or play. What the fuck, you did that in 2012? I assume that Lewis's Daisy Circuit. Yeah. Lewis really had pretty untapped potential on there. I compared his .4 run to Firestone's 909, and Lewis was ahead for 2 laps and then just didn't get a dive, and that was it. Coconut Mall is my favourite track, but like I'm at a 159.6 and I'm using old strats. and I really want a 158 and it drives me up the wall. If it drives you up the wall, then you've given yourself, you know, the point that you need to realize that that track might not be worth it for you. Your favorite track, and to be honest, a 2-minute sub of any kind on that track out of all things is probably decent enough. I've not even subbed 201, so yeah. Treat yourself as you treat others. Go to the mirror and speak to yourself kindly and have a conversation with yourself. It's a good thing to do, maybe. Like, be a bit more respectful. Be a bit more appreciative of the things that you have rather than the things that you want. And yeah. I mean, I really sat down. I never really sat down and played for like 2 hours on CM. So I should probably do that if I want that. But it's another inconsistent track. Well, again, you're also just giving yourself more points to just not do something. If it sounds unappealing, even the slightest bit, then it's probably not worth doing. You need to find a track where your mindset is like, yes, that track is great. I love everything about it, and it would be so cool to learn at a full level. I'm going to give this one a go. Because then you wouldn't have anything to bite you back later on. If that makes any sense at all. The only comments I got on my recent YouTube recording of my times was, wait, you still play? And he's back. I never quit, but okay, yeah, people do that. I've had plenty of those. Especially when I uploaded Tyler's time. Like, I just have a sort of expectation that Tyler would just dip in whenever he feels like and plays MT3. And when he PBs, I'm nice enough to record his time and upload it. And then people just come back and just be like, what the fuck, it's Tyler! He's gonna get sub 118! Fuck yes! And I'm just like, wow. The reward for the slowest chat reader goes to Sean. Oh my goodness. I've got like a shelf of those already. Yeah. But to be honest, it's not just me reading, it's me rambling, answering to things just like this, and wasting time. So there we go. I'm only playing, please don't hurt me. Someone give a single bit. We gotta catch him up. That wouldn't work. I would get to the bit in the chat, just like anything else. Because I don't see the notifications. I should just get Bean to remove and update bridge. I mean, you could. Sean, if you make the update, if you make an updated version and fix all the shit about it, upload it as an update and it gets approved, then there you go. You're sorted. You have the updated version of the track and you would have the original track. You could play it and get the BKT on it before it's even in CTGP. It's like a win-win situation, you know? Find a game-breaking bug, that too! Break the track! I found an out of bounds. You can get stuck in the fence. Interesting. Is that broken enough to do this sort of thing? Oh my goodness. Paragraph from Lewis. Here we go. Let me give you an IRL example about my life in general. I started studying geochemistry, but I hated geology with my life, and chemistry lab was a torture for me because I never finished a single lab without the help of others. Then I moved to studying computer science, and although I liked it so much, I had to move from Venezuela, and I never got my degree. But I ended up studying another career which is kind of similar, and I enjoy it. There you go. You see, that's, I think, in a sense, both what you were talking about, Lewis. You were kind of understanding, you know, something that didn't, you came to understand something that wasn't working out for you, so you'd switch to something else that you preferred. But then you were also kind of going with the flow a little bit, where it was something beyond your control that you had to deal with, and you were still able to make it work one way or another. I should just play Mario Kart Wii and not play Bridge. Yeah. Yeah. If it's not the game that's affecting you, then by all means do that. How old are you, Lewis, out of curiosity? 26. Sweet. Lewis, I don't actually know how old you were when you first found me. I assume it was 24, because that was 2 years ago, but it could also be 23. I'm not too sure if you remember or not, but if you were 23, then that means that this year I'm coming up to be the age that you were when we first, you know, started interacting and I started having you here as a regular. Everyone stop talking and wait for Sean. I mean, that's a good idea. I also have to stop talking and wait for Sean too, though. And I'm rambling a lot. You got me in a rambly mood. You see what I'm doing already? I'm responding to something that doesn't need this lengthy response. Therefore, I'm being held up. Have you seen my 118 on MC3 yet, Sean? I want to know where I'm losing 0.6 on you guys. Most likely at the ending. I feel like I watched it ages ago, and I did actually record a video of feedback. No, I did write like a massive paragraph of feedback to give you, which just suddenly went missing, and I don't know where it went. But maybe someday I'll do like an on-stream breakdown. I also am pretty sure I sent it to Lewis, and Lewis would probably be able to give me either the same amount of advice or slightly more useful advice. So I literally don't know where I'm losing all my time apart from the rehop on that 3. Probably basic driving, yeah, and probably lack of understanding or knowledge of some of the track, and just lack of muscle memory and everything. It's kind of a concept that would be both easy and hard at the same time, you know? I guess Mark driving isn't my strong suit. Then you could try it with Bowser Bike. You can still get relatively good times with Bowser Bike, and that's what I did when I wanted to return to MC3. I actually went straight through the 119 grind all over again with the Bowser Bike, and it was thoroughly enjoyable until I got close to the end. Did Jake do something wrong when he was playing alongside with you? He was... Well, I think he was trying to make some running jokes or something, Bint, but he was essentially quite... He came across to be quite disrespectful and just not very appreciative or acceptive of my times. Like, I don't know if you know of the situation between him and Bradley, but it kind of just kick-started there, where Jake played Mushroom Peaks after Bradley blocked him, as a pure form to just get back at Bradley. And there's a lot of things that I could go into detail about, but basically, he dicks about a lot. He has dicked about a lot toward my times and my attempts, basically making them out as if he perceives them as some sort of joke or not worth me doing, not respecting. the fact that it takes me longer to do something than him, and actually uses that as reasoning to try and prove that he's better in some way. He has constantly compared his PBs to mine, so in other chats I've seen him compare, like, using my time and his PB in comparison with each other to try and state how good or how bad he is at the track. Just basically makes me look worse. And then he's just outright just being like, lol, this guy is shit or something. He's lied a lot as well. So he's not been very clear about what he's doing or working on the track. And whenever I've spoken to him directly about how he's been acting, like bringing up these tracks as a point to try and make him look better or being disrespectful towards things, he's saying he's made up excuses as to why, or just outright not admitted to it or denied it. So a little bit of dishonesty. And he also just likes to fuck around with other things as well. It just makes me kind of feel like I can't accept much. It's a very vague representation, or a very vague description. I'd be able to sit down and like write paragraphs about this probably if I wanted to go into too much detail, but just the thought of it just kind of puts me off a little bit. But long story short, I don't like him. Just put it that way. Well, it was not a bad thing what you did, but you have to focus more on yourself. Never tell your secrets to others. Companies never do it. I told you because I felt guided to, although that can be interpreted as an abuse from my perspective, because I was teaching you, not teaching him. I don't know what that's in response to, but I assume it's more stuff aimed at Sean. But aside from that, that is fine. You wanted to help your friend out. Companies never do. I see. Yeah, I'm gonna take a break from it. Me and Fatal are close at the moment. I didn't even know you were still connected. But I guess that's good. Yeah, emphasis on the at the moment. Hello again, Lord Soup. I don't know how long you've been here for, but welcome back. I've been rambling for an hour and a half, so you haven't missed much. Like, literally, if you witnessed me play this game with Lewis last, as the me, then you witnessed everything. Hello, I finished my session. Good to hear, Ixie. I hope it went well. You probably said that about 50 minutes ago. Emma is epic, yes. Much better than me. That sounds nuts, Sean. I was probably 24 back then. My bad, I was thinking in Spanish. I was 24 years old back then. It's fine, I corrected it. Without even thinking about it. I knew exactly what you meant. What else? Oh, Sean, you noticed his red flags. That's a clear sign. Go away, go, go, go. Awesome. There you go then. I don't know what that was in response to again, but yeah. Oh, that was probably the Jake stuff, wasn't it? Yeah. Fuck me, this chat is really backed up. There we go. I think I'm caught up because I just saw a message come through about Lewis just responding to me, so yeah. Not that I'm just complaining or anything. This is just a Handy 863 experience. Yep, and I'm back at the bottom. That was pretty much thanks to me rambling as well. That was just regarding the Jake situation. Yeah, okay, it's good. I got it, yeah. Yeah, I thought I told you more about that in the past, Lewis. Although you weren't the one that asked, actually, wasn't it? It was Bint, but yeah. Yeah, it's just that between me and Jake, in comparison to anything else, Jake's just made things a lot more personal. Just by stupid ways that he's acted. More than anything. Like, I'd be more respectful if he acted more like Bint, or if he acted more like, you know, anybody else that just wants to play the game. But he decided to, the very basic point is he just decides to fuck around and be a dick. A lot of what he's done has come across as being really disrespectful. And he's said things, and I've seen screenshots of him saying things about my times and attempts which he hasn't admitted to. So, yeah. But it's fine. The one thing that I can at least accept about it is that I know he doesn't mean badly. Like, it does feel that he is personally going out of his way to just shit on me, because whenever he plays the track, it feels like at the worst possible time. But at the end of the day, it's just coincidental. He's not really doing that to, you know, personally affect me or shit on my mood. It's just coincidental, if you know what I mean. Want to see something weird? I could. I also need to end the stream. So yeah. Yeah, let me just shut the window and put the light on and put my trousers on. And then raid Vanna if he's still alive as well, actually, because I said I would do that about 2 hours ago and have not done it. Oh, you can't wait, cannot show that on stream. What? Me taking my trousers off? It's fine, I don't have a webcam on. Or do you mean the thing you were talking about? If you mean the thing you were talking about, then you can show me on Discord. It's an 18+ thing. I just don't know which bit are you talking about. The thing you want to show me, or just me just changing clothes? Because I've done that now. All I need to do is put a jumper on. It's not too big a deal. I've taken off and put jumpers on with webcam on before. Oh, the thing you want to show me. Okay, if you send it to me on Discord then I will. I'll look at it off stream. But yeah, okay, you're still live. Thank you for confirming, Vanna. I apologise that I've just been sat here rambling all the time. I'll send everybody your way then. So, and then let me just get my tablet. Apologies on the massive backed up chat there. I hope that it was a good talk. I think actually, like, even in the conversation, while talking about certain topics, I was realising things as well that were helping me. And so it was good. It helped everyone. We shared experiences, and I rambled for well over an hour and a half. And I still haven't eaten anything, but it's all good. So, without further ado, let's raid Vanna, shall we? Because Vanna has been supporting me a lot, even in streams that aren't very Mario Kart 7 focused, which is what he found me through in the first place. I apologise again that I fell behind on the chat during this conversation and everything, but that's just normal, as most people know. So there we go. It's a video that is running on the web about a girl. Something weird. The context is a guy went to the girl's house with machetes, a group of musicians with hats, used mostly in Mexican stereotypes. I would have to take a look. Oh, mariachis. That was not the correct word. It's a feature, not a bug. Right, anyways. I'm going to raid Vanna. Wish him all the best on his streams and endeavours. And support him as much as he's supported me. Thanks. Please, thanks. I don't know when I'll be doing this again. Tomorrow at the earliest. The day after that, more likely to rest my hips from swiveling around aggressively. But anyways, thank you everybody for watching. Sorry again for the massive ramble, but I hope it helped. It helped me, so that's good. Anyways, take it easy. Have a good night. And I shall see you again later.